Hey everybody, it's probably the earliest stream I've ever done. Yes, because yeah, I've kind of rewrited my sleep schedule and I'm up at like normal human hours and functional at normal human hours. This is like amazing. But anyway, this time it's I'm going to be starting on my 15th bazillionth playthrough of the original Final Fantasy, and yeah, there is a reason for that, and it's one of those Garrett's being a petty little shithead ones, but you know, it is what it is. Anyway, there is a channel that on YouTube. Well, you know what, fuck it, I won't say it in the subscriptions, but I'll say it live. It's called You Can Beat Video Games. It's like, they do lots of really good guides for NES games, but while I was playing Final Fantasy V, they published a guide for what turned out to be the first of two parts, a guide for this. And I mean, I'm like, okay, this is the first role-playing game I've ever played, and I'm pretty goddamn familiar with it, and I'm familiar with their channel, so it's like, why the hell not? So I watch it, and I'm like, I get annoyed because I disagree with with some of the strategies used. I mean, which is, you know, just me being, you know, a petty little shithead because, you know, I mean, I have my ideas on how to do a game, and you know how to do a run through on this game and what have you, and other people's don't. So that's fine. That's fine. But then I get to once he gets the mystic when he gets to the part to where he gets the mystic key, and of course going through all the places where you use the mystic key. And anyway, and mentions the rune sword and the wear sword and the affinities. And I'm like, the affinities don't work. The affinities don't work. We know that the affinities don't work. And I was like, okay, I guess I know what I'm gonna play in that gap between the end of Final Fantasy V and Famicom Disk System month, because somebody on the internet was wrong, and I cannot have that. We cannot have that. Yeah, so that's basically the root of it. And so, yeah, my annoyance over that. So I am gonna kind of frame this as a little bit of a, you know, discussion of strategy and tactics. I mean, who knows if anybody will actually, you know, bother to listen to what I have to say, but I have to spout, and I have to deal with it. And I mean, of course, the thing of it is, though, is that I'm gonna be dumb, and I'm not gonna slow down I usually play with the respawn rate at 8, and which means that, because Jesus Christ, playing it at with, you know, waiting any period of time for the the text messages to go by is intolerable for me. Usually, especially since I can usually I usually know what they are. I mean, especially the ones that flash by really quickly. But yeah, so there's that. And I've been kind of thinking about what type of party I want to do, because I've done over the years, of course I've done, my first playthrough way back when was Fighter, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage. And, well, the thing of it is that, I mean, the fighter's the thief is kind of a wiener. I mean, even after he turns into a ninja. I mean, it was my first playthrough, and I didn't know, I mean, my understanding of strategy for the game, of course, was limited because all I had, the only thing that I had was this bad boy. This is all I had. And in fact, this guide, well, not this guide, but because the actual original issue that I had is it has long since been tossed out because it fell apart eons ago. But anyway, the guy, this issue of Nintendo Power is why I got an interest in playing with it. Because because I had just gotten, I got the NES for Christmas of '89. I think I've mentioned it at some point on the stream before. But anyway, the first issue had, the first issue that I got, which was the January-February issue of 1990. Yes, we literally sent out the Nintendo Power card when we got the system. So, yeah, Nintendo putting that in like every system and every first-party game. That did work. But anyway, that first issue, it's either that first issue or the issue after. I'm pretty sure it's the first issue. Had like a little choose your own adventure for Dragon Warrior, which got me interested in. Got me like, oh, that's something that I want to try out. And then once it came time for their review for Final Fantasy, it just did not inspire me. It spent more time on that stupid contest, and it was really vagued it up. So I was like, okay, this doesn't seem very interesting. But then, eventually, they plop out this big strategy guide with all of its numbers and everything. And I'm like, okay, I need to play this. And eventually, the following Christmas, after my family had moved out here to Vegas, I did come into some Christmas money, and I dragged my poor mother around multiple stores to find this goddamn game. I think, oh god, I don't remember where it was that we did. But it definitely wasn't like Target or anything like that, but oh my god, it was some store that had a separate electronics department, and it just, yeah. So, dragged my poor mother around for that fun. But anyway, and just totally dived into it, and again, I've played it a zillion times, and this is the game that you can definitely blame for me liking role-playing games, that's for damn sure. But anyway, so, Fighter, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage, that was the first party I ever did. And it's like, but the Thief, kind of a wiener. Then eventually, I did do the Nintendo Power Party, the Fighter, Black Belt, White Mage, and Black Mage, which I enjoyed a lot more because the Black Belt is, well, he's a fucking, once you get past level 10 or so, he just starts kicking ass, and you don't even need to buy weapons for him. Depending upon how far you level, you don't even really need to buy armor for him, and he's just an ass kicker. And I also did Fighter, Red Mage, White Mage, Black Mage. I've enjoyed that because, I like the magic usage. It's not great in this game, compared to others, but it's pretty goddamn satisfying. And it gives me a little bit, that party I enjoy for, just to have a good fighty party plus plenty of magic. It's an expensive as fuck party, though. And I tried an all-fighter party. Oh, I don't remember how many years ago now. But I tried that, and I failed miserably in the Temple Fiends because there's a problem. You can't exit the place with four knights. and there's only, you know, the healing possibilities are limited. All of it's limited. It's just a mess, and there's way too there's just too, I mean, there's not enough weapons to go around for fighters or knights. I mean, there's enough. I mean, there just isn't. And beyond that, I don't know if I've done any more. I don't think I've done this default party. I don't think I've done some of the more esoteric parties. I haven't done, you know, a party with... I might have done a party without a white mage and a red mage instead, but I haven't done any of the crazy parties. I mean, but... Because, I mean... No matter what, it's like... Yeah, a fighter, a white mage, and a black mage are almost required. And certainly for one that... Certainly for this playthrough, we're gonna have them. So... With the names is the thing I struggle with the most, but since, you know, I joined the Garfield, you know, Twitch stream team, that's where we're gonna go, because, you know, come on. It's just, you know, that's gonna be the inspiration, because, you know, I just have to. And, I debated doing a black belt as the second party member this time around. But no, and I debated about having the red mage. But I'm gonna, yeah, change it up this time, and I'm gonna have 2 fighters. Because why the hell not? Because it'll allow, for one thing, it's gonna allow me to instead of, because pretty much every playthrough that I've ever done, except for the 4 fighters run, I've always given the white wizard the Masamune when I get it in the last dungeon. And it's, well, it works, but it doesn't work as well as it could. So that's the reasoning behind that. Oh. And... Yes, and, yeah, it's, well, technically, and friends, you know, but it's technically US Acres stuff, but yeah, I pretty much was like, okay, who am I gonna name, what Garfield character am I gonna name the white mage? And I'm like, well, it's gotta be Orson, because white mage, a book nerd like frickin' Orson, yeah, totally, just totally fits. And of course, God, there's something weird about how, and on that tack, I mean, who else on US Acre, on either shows, is like the black mage that can dish it out and can't take fucking shit? Yes, Roy. That's how we're going. I will brook no second opinions on this. So, and since I've played this a bazillion times, I won't be talking to the town much. I mean, I know all of this. I know that, oh my god, your face is dirty, wash it. Never changes because you're a dirty bastard. And let's see, because we're getting the 2 rapiers. Because, I mean, you know, gotta get one for Odie too, because, you know, slobber is not a weapon. And the iron hammer for the pig. And which one is it? I can... Yeah, because given the choices, because, I mean, because for the same amount of money, Roy can use the small dagger or the wooden staff. The thing of it is that the dagger, it has one less hit, but it has the higher hit percentage, and I mean, even though, let's face it, your mages are not supposed to be doing any of the, any of the fighty. The fact is that you only have the limited magic charges thing means that, yeah, you're gonna have to do some fighting. It's just, you gotta do the fighty, so, yeah, having more accuracy does help. And then let's see here. Get our chain armors. And yeah, because they can't use, neither one of them can use this is where okay, so the first magic load. So I mean, obviously it's the smartest. The first thing you should get is Cure. Because, it's a healing spell and, come on. But of the other oh, pardon me. Of the other three, because you can only have, in this game, you can only have the three of the four. You can't have 4 spells and all 4 spells, which means you have to pick and choose. The thing of it is that, because obviously for white magic, Cure is an obvious, you need to have Cure. You just do. Harm is a good spell for kicking the butt of clearing out the undead, and there's a lot of fucking undead in this game. There is just oh my good god, there's so much. There is so much undead in this game, and the harm spells, and it's funny because after the first harm, Nintendo Power doesn't recommend it, but you really should. But the other 2 white magic spells here, Fog and Ruse, they've got issues. Because Ruse you can only use on the spellcaster. So it's like so it's what became Blink. I think Blink is what they call it in the later translations, but where you had, like I had with some of my party members in Final Fantasy V, where theoretically if they showed those effects, it would be there would be a second mirrored version of yourself. But the thing of it is that with the hit rates, it's like, because the member in the first slot takes half of all the hits, and the second party member takes a quarter of all the hits, and that means that the other quarter is split between the characters in the third and the fourth slots. So it's like, yeah, that spell for a white mage is a fucking waste. And by the time, and how, I wouldn't even say that it's worth. And the funny thing is that Ruse, a red mage can't even use it. So it's basically only a red wizard can use it. So it's pretty damn worthless. And Fog is just, yeah, it's just a protective fog. It says here in Nintendo Power, a thick protective fog adds 8 points to a warrior's armor rating. And it's like, what? That's not, and but the thing is that, okay, but you can only use it on one person. So, I mean, that's that. I mean, that doesn't. That's not really great. It is really, really not great. I mean, so neither one of the. I mean, so it's basically Cure and Harm are your only really good options for white in the first town. But yay. What this all means now, though, is that I need money and I need experience. And yeah, this is gonna be. Well, I got lucky because I have chance to strike first. That's fortunate. But yeah, so this is gonna be so much of the game. And of course, the on top of everything though is that I mean, of course I have to be all picky and choosy with how I you know, how I dole out what everybody does in a battle because well, there's no auto targeting in this. That didn't show up till Final Fantasy III on the old Famicom. So it's kind of like, yeah. Which is where having played the game a zillion times over really comes in handy because you know you get a it's easy to have a feel for what all this silly shit. Oh, alright, excuse me. What all of this silly ass shit does. What you're gonna get out of your characters. And of course, since now I have two fighters, it's gonna really be, oh hey, here's Oh, big man. You bopped a frickin' a gray imp. Well. Although, all of the gray enemies in this game, they all look purple. So it's, although, I mean, you have to admit that, well, I mean, especially with the attack business being, the attacks being the color of your weapon, having any, I mean, just the, I kind of understand. Okay. Okay, so... Wait, what? So, yeah, so obviously... So, yeah, so obviously, this is going to be an interesting circumstance. So, obviously, the stat growth is not going to be the exact same for the characters, because Odie's got more HP than Garfield. That's almost rude, game. Yeah. Although, I mean, it's a bugged stat, but yeah, Odie has less intelligence than Garfield's. Like, yeah, good job. You got it right there, game. I mean, again, intelligence does not matter. The stat is bugged. Unfortunately, yeah, because the whole point of intelligence is that's supposed to decide how much damage you do with magic. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, which means that all spells, regardless of who's casting it, all spells do the same amount of damage, which is why the red mage is actually, until he stops being able to learn spells, the red mage is like a really good option, because he can do the spells just as good as a black mage or a white mage. It's just that, you know, he can't do all of the spells. But damn, yeah, so yeah, so there is RNGesus is involved. I mean, obviously the damage, hit, absorb, and evade, those numbers are going to be pretty well set in stone unless the stat growth just like wildly changes. Because I had not remembered that being the issue from that 4-fighter playthrough I had. But then again, I wasn't necessarily trying such things. Oh yeah, we're big men. We're beating up on the frickin' gray amp. That we're just. Okay, so after the next battle, should be able to go back to town to make the last of the spell purchases here. And, you know, like, go to the inn. Alright. Wait. Okay, and this brings us to the issue of the black magic. So, here's, I mean, obviously fire is a great choice because, you know, it's fire, it burns, kill it with fire. That's a perfectly good choice, but we gotta talk about Slep and Lock. Lock is just straight up a waste of money because Lock is bugged. It does not work. It will not because it's supposed to keep your attack locked on target, which is to say that your hit percentage increases by 10%, which that's not great, but the thing of it is that every 32 once you hit past 32% on your hit percentage, you're supposed to get a second hit. It is what's supposed to happen. So doing it up 10% can end up giving you theoretically giving you a second hit. But it doesn't work in the NES version, so it's like completely and utterly useless. Slap works. You know, it's supposed to put enemies to sleep and everything, but the problem is that when it is used on an enemy, the next turn that they have, they automatically wake up. So you're buying yourself only maybe one turn, two if you're really lucky, depending on the timing, because again, RNGesus takes over, you know, the order that the enemies and the heroes, you know, do their business, unless, you know, so it's there. So Slap's a waste of money. I mean, well, it's not a total waste of money, but it's broken, so just don't do it. And Lit is lightning, so of course you're gonna get that. And that concludes the lesson on the magic, because those are the only... So yeah, in the first town, you pretty much should only get 2 spells. Which, yeah, I mean, luckily, later on in the game, will be lousy for quality choices, but here, not so much. But thankfully, since I got all my purchasing selections made and got to level 2, now it's time to make the first of our stops within the old Temple of Fiends, which is to say, grabbing the goodies out of it and going from there. And the thing of it is that, yeah, the Temple of Fiends naturally has much harder enemies than anywhere you can go outside at the start of the game. Like, luckily, the first thing we ran into were the Spooters, who, despite my pretty pitiful showing, are pretty wimpy. It's a cap. Now, this gets into the issue of armor and having multiple bits of armor. I am not one to load up all 4 spots, at least early in the game. I tend to make it as minimal as possible. Especially, I mean, granted, the cap can really make a difference. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, the cap definitely does make a difference. It has an absorb of 8 and an evade of 2, so, you know, why not? You know, it's free, so why not? But in a lot of playthroughs, I've just sold it and gotten the $40 that you get for it, so it's kind of like, but I mean, I tend not to go out of my way to buy additional, you know, like to, at least at this stage of the game, buy additional armor, especially since, let's face it, these are, you know, these guys are only getting between the two of them, they're only getting an 1/8 of the hits each. And even if I have this cap on, yeah, Orson and Roy are gonna get freaking wrecked by most everything when they do get it. I mean, it's more of an issue. And but it's just like, and oh, son of a bitch, it's a creep. Because of course, these guys suck. They have like, what is it? It's freaking, where is it? Yeah, because these guys have 56 hit points, which is plenty bad, but the thing is, they absorb like champs, and worse yet, they hit like a, for us being in level 2, they hit like a truck. They could pretty, if they could pretty much wipe out Orson and Roy if they so felt like it. Although, here I am, I'm gonna fucking level the bastard without even... Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and the worst part is creeps don't even really give that much money or experience. Well, relatively speaking. And it's a heal potion, and it's a cabin. We're not going to be using those, hopefully, anytime soon. Because, and Bones, and these guys are about the, they're about the wieneriest enemies that outside of the imps. They only have like 10 hit points, and they're just wimps. And I mean, so there are 2 more treasure rooms, but the thing of it is, rooms with treasure in it. The thing of it is, they're locked. Again, the Mystic Key. On the Nintendo Power Guide, they helpfully, anything that's locked by the Mystic Key, they helpfully included a, a big note of it. And I eventually did myself one better, whereas I marked, there are, in both of those 2 rooms down this way, there are forced encounter tiles, which are basically the one idea that, thank God, I mean, they're basically the precursor to the monster in a box. They really are. And they're not, it's not the loveliest idea in history of ever, but it's basically monster in a box. The precursor to that whole thing. The thing of it is that in a lot of places you can avoid the piss out. There are a lot of places where you can do some really crazy movements to avoid the monster in a box and get the treasure, or the encounter tiles. Oh, well, it's a good thing I had the ghouls. These guys, if there were a ton of them and I didn't have a strike first message, strike without, have first turn, the ghouls can be a bit of a pain in the ass because there's a problem with some of the great classes of enemies. They love the undead enemies, and the ones that, and particularly the ones that look like this guy here, they have a bad habit of paralyzing, hitting you and paralyzing you, and it can get it can get bad real quick, like really quick. Thing of it is that, and that's the thing with the undead, they give so much experience, and it's like, so here's our first boss, whole Garland. But the thing of it is that I could take him on, I could beat him right now, but the thing of it is that the money grind in this early part of the game is a big pain in the butt. And what I usually do is, before I take him out, I usually have a good $500 in reserve. I even wrote it down in the guide. This will probably be blurry as shit, and it's, well, probably should be smart and put me in the full window here while I do this. But yeah, I even wrote it in the Nintendo Power. Let's see here. Are you gonna? No, you're not. You're not gonna, because you're white page, and you're just not gonna. You're not gonna do it for me. But yeah, because of course not. Because my lighting is terrible in here. But anyway, and it's white paper. But anyway, I even wrote it down that. That, yeah, to build a hoard of 500 gold in the event I ever forget, which, I mean, wow. Looking back, I was a morbid motherfucker. I was just basically saying, in the event that you get Alzheimer's, here's this so that you can still enjoy your game. Yeah, so usually that's what I do, is that I build a kitty of $500 before I take on that fool. And yay, it's another creep. Which means that... no, this might go bad. Oh no. Oh, yeah. Oh wow, lucky. Oh, there we go. He hit Garfield up for freaking 17. That's just great, sir. So yeah, so well, I mean, it's entirely so that. And here's right here, right where the little finger is pointing. This is your most annoying enemy in the in this early game, the Grey Wolf, because he has, for some unfucking real reason, he has 72 hit points. 72 hit points. It's nuts. And he has a bad habit of avoiding hits. He just it can be a severe problem. He's got high agility because he's a wolf. It's just a big pain in the butt. I will literally, I mean, the regular wolf is not even a freaking, the regular wolf isn't fun, but he only has 20, so it's like, yeah, I can just do my actual fighters to take that on, but the Grey Wolf, oh god, such a pain in the ass. And he's almost, I mean, in the worst... cure here, because somebody's getting freaking low on HP. Because we are very low level, and... But hey, I got a level up and I got 100 gold for all my freaking problems there. And yeah, and freaking yeah. Ain't that a kick in the nuts? 2, 7, 2, 12, 6. Yeah, and Odie has a slightly higher luck stack, but the thing of it is that luck is also a bit broken. Yeah, because... Well, maybe I should stick around there a little bit more. The worst thing that can happen is taking a frickin' death. Jesus. Well, there's your perfect example. Frickin' the ghouls, when they hit the back rows of the party, they just, make your life miserable. So now I definitely need to get my happy little ass back to town, since I have no heals left. Because apparently... Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Because apparently the reason why they have individual spell, the spell system is funky like this instead of the normal MP that Dragon Warrior established, is that it's a Dungeons and Dragons thing. And this game is, I mean, oh my god. Square took so much stuff from Dungeons and Dragons in this game. It's kind of a miracle they didn't get sued into goddamn oblivion after the first game came to America. I mean, granted, Nintendo covered their ass a bit, because one of the enemy types straight up looks like, oh, this bitch. Oh god, I hate these NPCs. Yes, all my rage and meanness towards the NPCs literally comes from this game. I mean, this is where all of the mean things, all of the untoward garbage just first reared its ugly little head. Because, oh my god, they are the worst. They are I mean, because I get why they had people moving around, because, I mean, I've played the first two Dragon Warrior games, and, well, the people don't particularly move around very much, if at all. And, I mean, so, having NPCs in a role-playing game move around is kind of a, it's kind of a deal. I mean, it's real, it's a pretty big thing. I mean, holy crap. I mean, it makes the towns look more alive than just standing in one place. But, wow, it just completely, it's rage-inducing. And particularly in this game, where, I mean, there are plenty of places where they can get up and you are just like utterly trapped. So let's get some money. Hopefully. And look at that. The first paralyze of the game. Get used to that. Well, you know what? I got five hundo. It's time to slap this fool upside the face. And of course, the famous dialogue, I, Garland, will knock you all down. Yeah. Garland's, yeah, he's a villain for our time. So, fight. Well, and we're gonna light a fire under his ass too, because he deserves it. Because he has... How many hit points does this clown have? Yeah, 106. And... I mean, because all he does is just attack. And sometimes he can, you know, slap you around a good. I mean, there's no special affinities or anything like that. He just, you know, he can just slap you around. Which is, you know, a thing. So, it's like, once you get to level 3 or above, you kind of do wreck him. I mean... And then we actually talk to the king, and he's like, here's a bridge. You can actually leave this little podunk town, place, whatever, that's vaguely shaped like South America. And of course, you do want, this is one of those examples where if you don't know what you're doing, it's always a good thing to talk to everyone because, oh hey, she has a goodie, and well, in this case, this goodie is required for very late in the game. And so if you don't deal with it, yeah, if you don't get it, you'll find yourself stuck. And, well, half the people in town and the castle say this. And they will say it pretty much till the end of the game. Well, except for this guy. He is absolutely... Because I'll give Square all the credit in the world. They were definitely right on. Oh, goodness. Fine. And they definitely really, they really went all out with this little bit here. I mean, this bit of business is just absolutely excellent. The music's great. The fact that, I mean, it's like, it's basically makes this entire sequence here, first part, a cold open, is just an absolutely great little bit of production. I mean, and it's one of the few instances in this first game where your heroes have, like, any sort of a care. Yep. Hey, Chris. Yep. Where it all began. Oh, fuck. Well, this is, well, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. I should have gone to the end but after I freaking beat Garland because, oh my god, I'm about to get fucking murdered here. Yeah, it's called Run Away. Yeah, that was... I do have to wonder though if Square did the I have to wonder if the actual original game, the Japanese version, did this the push B select, you know, this little koi bit of business with the overworld map. I mean, cause geez, it's yeah. I mean, cause you don't even I don't even think you need it needs to be there in there. In the I mean, in the context of having of pardon me of having oh words of you know if you bought the actual NES game in 90 because the manual basically lays out everything through about the earthquake or through about the volcano. I mean, because it definitely comes with maps through the volcano, and it even came with a full bestiary in poster form, which I wish I still had, but my idiot frickin' anti-vaxxer cousin ripped it to shreds some years ago when she was a little kid. And no, that's not just a hint of bitterness. That's like all the bitterness. Because I mean, that bestiary poster. I mean, that was, I mean, just absolutely a wonderful thing. Well, I best get my sorry ass to the in here in Conaria because I will get if I will probably run into the horrible bunch. Okay. Yay, it's an ogre. At least he's by himself. I wouldn't say brave. I mean, some of the bugs work in... The thing of it is, Chris, is that some of the bugs work in your favor. I mean, and most of the worst bugs are just like, don't use that fucking spell. Oh, yay, it's an iguana. This guy's a chump. See, he can't even slap around Roy. Yes. He was the trolly old rooster. God, I hate these mad ponies at this stage in the game. Well, there goes one of them. Well, somebody needs to be healed, cause... Oh, I hate those guys. Well. This town has been invaded by pirates. I have a mohawk, but I'm not a badass enough to actually deal with the problem. And this is where the stream gets rated R. Because Bick here, he speaks more like a pirate than the pirate that we had 14 streams with. That's for sure. I am Bick the pirate, and surprised I am that you scurvy dogs have the nerve to face me. Mates, get those landlubbers! Arrgh! Come on. I have to, you know, I have to have a little fun. Problem is, these pirates are fucking wimps. Because they have a whopping 6 hit points. So if you animated out this battle, it would basically amount to, well, you know, limbs getting chopped off and, you know, decapitations by my party here. And we're at level 4. And again, Odie has more HP than Garfield. What game? You're just being mean. We got his ship. Now he's like, okay, you got me. I won't be any bother. I promise. It's like we took the R right out of him. And of course, since I am, for this early stage in the game, filthy stinking rich, it's time to buy some of the magic. So, let's see here. So, here, for white, so, lamp is some hot bullshit. Because lamp is just anti-dark, but dark is not... Dark has an effect, but it's only a single battle effect, and it's not that big of an effect, to be perfectly honest. Mute, well, Mute has minimal, isn't the greatest in the history of ever, but Mute does, I mean, for the old Peninsula of Power, Mute is a lifesaver. And a lit, since that does... So, hold on a second. Oh my goodness, I probably should have pulled this up because I know there's a bug going on with this and I can't remember what the bug is because my memory is the trash. Oh, let me find it here. Okay, so... Because what's the lit bug here? So, yeah, because it does the resistance to lightning and everything, which it does have use. I mean, it's not that much of a use. I mean, because it can cut it down. But due to a bug, a lit will protect you from status ailments caused by the attacks of monsters weak against lightning. I just learned that. This is an effective... Yeah, so apparently I just learned this like in the last few days that apparently a lit will... Yeah, so it, like, for instance, like the ochos or the lobsters in the rivers that can pour, you know, or whatever enemies that are weak against lightning that can poison you, you do a lit and that'll prevent you from getting poisoned. So a lit's even more useful than I thought. I guess he's not a professional pirate. It's not that he's not a professional pirate. I mean, obviously he's been looting and plundering and everything. He's just he's just not a he's just a wimp. But anyway, and of course that leaves us with Invis, which is a dodging. It only does for one person, but it's still a pretty decent little dodgy spell for boss battles, so taking that too. Problem is, that just wiped out all the money. Because, yeah, this is where the grind for cash really starts. But we got a boat. And we got a place where we can really get cash. Oh, and I forgot to heal somebody too. So, and apparently there is a trick that I could use here to get that would gain me a ton of money, but the problem is that with the problem is ow, itchy back. The problem is that it would completely fuck up the stream because it would involve turning off the system. Because what you can do is that since I saved, you can power cycle the entire console and then continue the game and then, you know, leave town and then walk down to your boat, and your first encounter on the boat, presuming it's on the boat, will be the Kaizoku, the blue pirates that give it 120 gold a pop. But again, it's it would totally screw up the stream, so I can't do that. So we gotta go to the first really decent grinding spot of the game, and it's this delightful little area here. And the reason why it's the first decent grinding spot is because we get a ton of these assholes. And they give a pretty decent amount of gold. Problem is, they do hit like the creeps do hit like trucks, so there is a slight problem. Yeah, because I just made 225 bucks in that one little fight. Actually, I do have enough for the one black magic spell I'm gonna get. Oh, well, that was well timed. Yeah, so we got 4 spells here. So, Ice obviously is a get. But the thing of it is that your other 3 spells, you've got Dark, which, yeah, their effectiveness, its attacks are affected, but it is not particularly great, in my opinion. It doesn't affect him that much. Temper is fucking straight up bugged, because it's supposed to increase the weapon by 14 points, but it bugged, it don't work. So, yeah. And Slow is supposed to, I say supposed to slow them down to make them less effective, but that's not exactly how it works. What Slow does is that it counteracts, in this game, it counteracts the effect of Fast. So if an enemy has had Fast put on it, then it'll slow it down. It doesn't, it can't reduce the amount of turns an enemy takes to below 1. So it's like, not good. Because, yeah, so for the Black Mage, the level 2 spells are a big honkin' wiener. And then we got the weapons. We got some cash for weapons, but the thing of it is that, especially since there's nothing new in this town that the white and black mage can use. And there's a new piece of armor, gloves, but they're not even worth it because they are excessively wienery. Because they only do absorb 1 and evade 1%, which is just not even worth mentioning. So basically, in terms of spending money, I am done with this town. And the only thing that I will in the future be using is the inn, but that's when we get to the peninsula. I'm strong enough to have the old peninsula of power. And unfortunately, I am many levels, and worse yet, many I want to emphasize this point. Many thousands of dollars away from being able to effectively attack the creatures there. Because we need to get we need to get the best sword in the game for about the next third of the game here going on. Oh, shit. Okay, we need to... Okay. Oh, damn it. Where exactly am I? Oh. Shit. Well, this is gonna go bad. Or actually... Oh, you rat bastards. I gotta run from this. There's just no way. And... thank goodness for the Slurpy dog, cause, oh my god. That was almost horrendous. Problem is that the swords I want, and since I have 2 fighters this time around, the swords I want are 4,000 bucks piece, cause the mighty silver sword. Yeah, so it's gonna be. There's gonna be some grinding here. Oh boy, there's gonna be some grinding. Because I would consider that I would consider the fact that the grind is so the grind can be just so much. I would consider that to be the bigger problem than the buggy nature of the game, to be perfectly honest. Got my first level 3 magic charge, but it's gonna be a long old time before I afford the spells. Oh, it's gonna be a long time before I get my first silver sword out of the way. worst part about the stupid wolves is they just don't give jack for experience or cash, relatively speaking. Certainly for the drama that they give. Shit. Well. And, well, the dirty little secret of this game is that if you want to make money, you need to recognize that in all honesty, you need to make sure that you're going to the cheapest to Corneria as much as possible for all of the inn and especially the freaking clinic to get to get things taken care of, because yeah, things get bad real quick, especially since the clinics are such a they get so expensive, because the clinic in Elfland, that's $200 to revive somebody as opposed to 40. Yeah, and it adds up real goddamn quick. And mind you, granted, I'm kind of obsessive because since you have the same party, the full game and everything, yeah, that means that everybody has the same hit point, the same experience points. And I'm kind of fanatical about in this one game, I am generally fanatical about keeping it the same and not letting it drift, i.e. not letting characters die. Which, yeah, leads to problems. But at the moment, I need to take a slight pit stop, so I will be back shortly, and then we'll get back on the happy, super fun grind of the lifetime. Alright, I'm back. Let's get back on this grind. Oh hey, look, it's our buddies. The pirates. Look at that nice bounty. Yeah, so. And then we get fucking these bastards. These total weenies. Oh boy, here we go. just past halfway point to the first silver sword. Yay! Wow, this battle really freaking did a number. But I mean, $390 is not something to whine about. Certainly not at this point. Oh, goody. Let me see. Yeah, because we aren't quite getting into the 2 hits range with Garfield here. Or Odie. And again, even though it's a meaningless stat, I have to admit, I really do like the concept of Odie having less intelligence than Garfield, because it is just the chef's kiss. I couldn't have planned it any better. Oh, and there we go. Frickin' the first poison. And the second poison, because, yeah. Which, of course, leads us to our first instance of this delightful sound. And the thing of it is, it's actually cheaper and more economical to let Garfield and Odie die and revive them than to use a pure potion when you're grinding for cash. So yeah, so get used to hearing that sound. And let's get the frick out of here. But that's the thing. You kind of have to get miserly and do silly stuff like that to save money, especially in this very early part of the game. Because let's be perfectly honest, it's just the grind is so real that, I mean, damn. I mean, why why extend it even for $30 or $40 more? Or whatever. I mean, especially since I'm a little over, I'm about 1350 away from getting the first silver sword here, which will make things go a lot smoother. Of course. Because I'm telling you, having a frickin' even just one fighter that can one-shot these damn gray wolves, for instance, really reduces the amount of damage one takes. Of course, we're under 1050 away from that goal. And of course, I had to do it, Kane. I mean, had to go with the Garfield meme. I mean, part of Team Garfield. I had to do it. I mean, it's better than my it's better than my Final Fantasy 3 choice. That was when I played that. What was it last year? when I played Final Fantasy 3, it was like, Chris, there's no way I was gonna put Nermal on this damn team. No Nermal. Nermal got sent to Abu Dhabi because that's what Nermal. And I did debate putting John as the White Mage because, you know, but still. Yes, exactly, Kane. Nermal free stream. If you're going to be a member of Team Garfield, you have to remember. What does it say? Right on the Twitch page. Just a group of people who really like Garfield and hate Nermal. It's right there on the tin. Yes, Nermal is like getting a DMCA strike. Precisely. Nermal's a freaking... Nermal's secretly a super boss. Nermal would secretly be a super boss. Nermal's like, you know, like... I mean, Warmech, basically. In fact, come to think of it, Warmech has pretty close to Nermal colors. I mean, all gray, just like Nermal. Nermal mech. Nermal mech. Someone needs to draw that. Need to put that out in the universe. Someone needs to draw that. Someone drew that. Trust me, that would be an emote. I would make that an emote so goddamn fast, it'd make your head spin. Hold on a second here. Let's be a little smart. Oh, yeah, thank goodness. Well. Level 6. And again. Okay. We need to get and save. But again, I'm dead serious. If somebody was to draw an image of Nermal as Warmech, that would be absolutely instantly be an emote here. I would totally do it in a heartbeat. Well, fuck me. There we go. now the frickin' XP is all out of whack. Thanks, game. Didn't even get 2.5 hours on a playthrough before you screwed it all up, game. But on the plus side, almost at frickin' 4,000. Oh, hey, look at that. We're gonna have a freaking nice sword after this fight. There we go. Look at that. Look at that damage, frickin'. start start raking in the bucks now, relatively speaking. Very dangerous. Yeah, look at that. Frickin'. Starting to really rake in the dough now. Frickin'. Wow. Oh. Get closer here to sword number 2. Yeah. Oh, for the love of fuck. Yes, that literally, that heal, because this game, seriously, the status of the play, because running is, and this is the doofiest thing ever. So your status is determined by the status of the person two positions below you. So Garfield's running ability to run is determined by Orson's status, and Odie's is determined by Roy's ability to run. And that is a bug. Because, yeah, Final Fantasy 1 is weird. Doesn't matter, because presuming I don't get poisoned here, we're going to have the sword number 2 real goddamn quick. And then it will... Okay, one more fight and we get the second sword here. Alright, and let's see here. Hold on a second. Yep. Garfield's still smarter than Odie, and his vitality isn't, but Odie's, yeah, the game is actually kinda on point with the stats, except for the max HP. Because that's what I would argue is not right. You would figure that Garfield would have more HP than Odie, but, you know. What can you do? Yeah, because now I just need to get up a total of 3,000, and we can make this process go really quick with the Peninsula of Power. Captain Obvious. Captain Obvious and Dragon Warrior reference, but in Japan, this is a Link left. It's Here Lies Link, you know. But Nintendo can't have that in there, so okay, so the 4 spells here. Cure 2 is pretty much needed, though, and pretty much a necessity, though. There is something to be said about heal, but, I mean, it only does, like, once you get the heal staff, it's pretty much the same thing, so Cure is the better, you know, the better deal, and Harm, and Harm 2 is, well, I don't know, more undead ass whooping, and a fire is fire defense, so poor heal gets left out in a great lot of spells. As opposed to level 2, it's like level 3 is just fucking loaded with stuff. Itchy hair. Hey, Turbojet Nitro. I'm doing pretty good. I want to call it daring. But then again, I've played this so many zillion times that, yeah, I kind of know what the game is going to throw at me. Yeah. Yeah, this is old hat. This is the first. It can be if I mean if you don't level right, it can definitely slap you around, especially with the status elements or status ailments. But I mean, this was the first. This was the first RPG that I ever played, so yeah. But then again, might as well show it off. Yeah, this little bad boy. Well, not this exact copy, but this little bad boy is what guided me through. You poor soul. I still struggle with FF7. No, actually. No, I've had a couple of... I've taken a couple of single character deaths, but that's, you know... Or I've taken a few single character deaths, but that's almost entirely because of poison, and that it's cheaper when you're grinding cash to let a poison character just up and die, because that's how this game works. But for the most part, everything's been nice and smooth sailing. But after this next battle here, the real fun's gonna start, because once I beat this next battle, I'm gonna have enough cash to take my happy little self to the Peninsula of Power, and then the real butt whoopings are gonna commence. Only thieves. Ugh. Oh man, that's brutal. The only time I used a thief in my party in this game was when the first time that I played it through, because I had fighter, thief, white mage, and black mage, and man, the thief was a freaking pain in the ass the whole way. Anyway, because I'm buying Fire 2 here, because of the other 3 spells. Hold doesn't work. Lit 2 is great. And lock 2 also doesn't work. So yeah. So yeah, buggy spells. But anyway, I find it amusing that Black Mage literally looks the same in all, if not most of the games. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, virtually everybody in freaking... I mean, even saw in Final Fantasy V when I was just playing it with the job system. Oh, don't you dare. This had most everybody when they would do the Black Mage job would look just like the Black Mage from the first. I mean, it's kind of funny that that's the... No, if somebody dies in this, they can be revived at the clinic. You know what? Sit down. Okay. So let's save and provoke here. So it'll be a nice short little walk to the old Peninsula of Power. On the NT Mini with my original cartridge. Yep, battery still works after 30, well, just about 31 years. That is what you call, yeah, it's an NES game. It's battery-backed saves. The old-fashioned way. No, there's no battery in the NT Mini. Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking specifically about the cartridge. Okay, come on. No. I forget that some idiot. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, ooh, level 8. Well, for 3 of us here. Now, I do like the irony of the fact that the misaligned tiles here are a finger point. It's just absolute kismet. But anyway, let's see what fun we get here. And we get giants. And we're gonna have to Pure Orson because fuck us. Oh, you... I hate you guys. Wow. Yay, Peninsula of Power. Gives us 4 giants and... And mind you, 4 giants with they get first hits too. Because, I mean, you know. Oh my god, I hate these fucking walls. And of course they get first hits in. More like Peninsula butt whooping. Yeah, that can... depending upon the draw that you get, Chris, that can definitely be what it piles on to be. Amounts to be. Let's fucking see here. Use some of these. Great, a Geist. And now he's dead. Oh, great. We get the Tyro. Well, at least we get a chance to strike first. It is not going to go very well, though. Potentially. Because this guy has a... Oh. Yes, yes, they do have weaknesses. Yeah, and I mean the weakness system in place. This guy here, he doesn't have any true like weaknesses. I mean, he just like beats the he just, you know, smacks you around and doesn't give you very much in the way of gold, which is not what I wanted, but that's the luck of the draw with this peninsula. Um, well, since I have my Nintendo Power Guide, it has the weaknesses and all of that. Yeah, it has it down, so I don't have to. And the game, came with a big poster bestiary that had all of the data, all of the hit points that the enemies had, all of their strengths and weaknesses, and what have you. So it's kind of, yeah, it's effectively completely common knowledge. And thank you for the GGs, Chris. I mean, although with the chance to strike first, I definitely kind of was set up for a win. It's just that he did jack me around just enough. Or more accurately, I used my spell charges. Let's see here. Because the problem is that this part in the game right here is kind of the biggest grind in the game to get everything up together. Because I need about $20,000 just to get all the spells. That I want for this part of the game. And that doesn't even count that I need to load up entirely on pure potions and cure potions for the Marsh Cave. So it's kind of that's kind of the big problem, is that this is the longest grind by far and away in the game. Even though so if you were to recommend a FF game out of the first 6 games to a total newbie, well, I would recommend 4. To be perfectly honest, I mean, yeah, this was my first game and I loved it and everything, but generally speaking, 4 is the one that I would recommend to somebody completely new to the series. Because 4 is, I mean, besides being the first Super Nintendo one, 4 is is the first one after they got all of the 2 giants. Yay! 4 is the first one after they settled down got all the kinks out and everything, and you know, got the formula right, and it has a, you know, there's actually, it's the first one where they really get the story put together as well. They started with 13 and 15, even 15, that's not really... Yeah, because that's the thing. I haven't played, I mean... I haven't played anything past Final Fantasy V, so I'm kind of... I'm not the best, best judge of... Yeah. So... I still have 1 fire, 2 charge, so I might be able to amount to something here. Hopefully. Or I'll fucking run into 4 of these jerks and they'll make my life horrible. Shit. Well. They're not gonna let me run away, are they? Yeah. Most of my comes from the Pokemon games, though I feel like they're more for newcomers. Yeah, I mean... But that's to be expected, truth be told. I mean, Pokemon, even in Japan, is aimed pretty squarely at children. So, I mean, it's not a shocker in the least that they're kind of a little less... they're a little more low impact in terms of their... Oh, great. Scorpions. I didn't realize these jerks were up here. I don't think I've ever run into these jerks up here. Because they do that. Fuck. Oh, great. Well. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh. Well, thankfully it did not kill everyone, so that's a positive. So... Okay, let's get out of here. What are you talking about? Oh. Duh. I went, so... So what happened is that, so I did a couple of fights at the Peninsula of Power, and they give me, because I fought a Tyro that gave me $500, and I fought a couple of Giants that gave me, the Giants, yeah, and did I fight the Giants? But yeah, the whole point of the Peninsula of Power is that it's, for this part of the game, it's the quickest way to make a ton of cash. So, I'm going to use part of my ill-gotten gains to get on one of the spells, since why the hell not? Yep, it's pretty much, it's a notorious, like, accidental gold farm of the highest order. The problem is that the enemies at the peninsula are very high level, so they can totally wreck my ass. So I kind of have to. Okay, so... Speaking of such, we can... let's see here. this large dagger. I can give that to Roy, and that'll give him a little bit of a boost. Fortunately, there's nothing for Orson, so he's stuck with his little wiener toy for quite a bit more. It looks so, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot under the hood with this game. Even the first one, it's like, oh, it's the first one. It should be so simple. It's like, yeah, no. If you want simple, go play the first Dragon Warrior, because that's about as simple as you can get with a JRPG. With this, no, there's just all sorts of complexity hiding out under the hood. Yeah, Metroid 1 is, can definitely, be a time. Will you get the fuck out of the way, sir? Get out of the way! God damn it. Oh, fuck it. Oh, my God. NPCs, I swear to God. Must be a really good inn. Jesus Christ. Nope. Uh-oh. Avert your eyes, everybody. You have to kill Chinese Hulk. Just don't tell him. You have to or want to. Oh, I'm not answering that question, Chris. You're setting me up. You're setting me up because you're going to clip this and you're going to go into his chat and post a link to the clip. I know what you're trying to do. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Alright, some goddamn zombies. Now I get to show you how fun the Peninsula of Power can be. They're bulls that are zombies. And yeah, so they're undead and they're weak to fire. And let's just put it this way. They give all the money. Why? Because they're bulls. What do I need to tell you? What can I tell you? They're bulls. I mean, zombies, that's what happens when you give bulls too much Red Bull. So Chris, you're telling me you think that the zombies, they had a little bit of that Max Rager from iZombie, and that's how they got it? Because look at that. Look at that. This is why the Peninsula of Power is so great. You get 1,000 experience. You get 4,200. This is why these are the guys that you want to run into at the Peninsula of Power. Absolutely. Because you can wreck them with spells and you just, yeah. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Because I just gained a freaking level for everybody. Must be their gym membership money. So, obvious. Well, you know what? I'm going to press my luck. And I'm going to go see. Oh, son of a bitch. This is bad. Oh my god. Of course they got first turns. And oh my god. Ron. Now. First off. Oh my, yeah. Because those guys, if they don't strike first, it's okay. Because you can... If they don't strike first, everything's cool. Because you can mute them and, you know, just make it, you know, and, you know, slap them around with fire and be done with them. But if they strike first, well, we just saw what they do. Not in the, no. There is no such thing in this game. Oh, shit. Of course I can't run. And now I can't heal. I need to kill this fool first and foremost. And then kill a couple of these. Because that's how the game works. So I should. Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Yeah, that just... Yeah, because you can have... Yeah, you can have as many... Depending on the type of enemy, you can have as many as 9 enemies in this game. Yeah, so... Because more enemies is more enemies. I mean, you know, when you're a small time studio and you're just about to, you know, if the story is correct, if you're about to go out of business, you're gonna want to impress everybody by having 11 or 9 enemies on screen, which is way more than Dragon Quest did at this point in time, because the first Dragon Warrior had one-on-one fights. The second one had 3. Yeah, this was supposedly, there's some, it's kind of a dubious story, to put it mildly, because how should I put this? They weren't I mean, they were, Square was, I mean, Square had, by this point, by 87, because let's see, because this came out in Japan in December of 1987, so, because, let's see, because Rad Racer had come out had come out in the United States within a month or two there, and that sold pretty well. But the thing of it is, again, the problem is that they really they didn't they probably didn't get much feedback on that, and yeah, and World Runner came out in September, so in America, and the thing of it is that, I mean, those sold well in America, but that definitely didn't, whatever financial rewards they got for doing such a thing, they didn't see that till 88. Because in Japan, the problem is that Square, they invested heavily on a publishing scheme for the Famicom Disk System called DOG, or Disc Original Group, and the games, generally speaking, did not sell well, and the margins were, to put a fine point on it, the margins on Disc System games were pretty awful, which is why a lot of publishers hated the damn system and refused to use it. So, and that's the central thesis behind it, is that the Disc Original Group, that investment, being a major player in that whole scheme, backfired on them, so they were looking like they were going out of business. And Final Fantasy was an instant smash that changed the whole company's fortunes. Okay, let's do some more peninsulaing here. Yay, it's our friends here. So, obviously gonna do mute. Although, hopefully, Roy gets a turn before just about... Oh yeah, this is the idea. And... But of course, he didn't kill... But... And that guy's silenced, so he can't use a spell. They're weak to fire because they're frost wolves. The first time you're supposed to meet them is in an ice cave. So they're supposed to... They're supposed to, they're supposed to be, you know, in icy environments. But for some reason, they're in that area there as a normal enemy because, you know... whatever. Well, we got these jerkwads, but yeah, it's not as complicated. I mean, it's not quite as complicated as you would think, but it does have some the nuances to it can be a bit of a bear. Especially in the later games. Where it's not as painful. The naming conventions in the later game, the later games get a little bit more natural with the naming, so it's kind of like they're not as on the nose as this one. Okay. Will you stop, sir? No. Well, let's see. Let's press our luck one more time here. Hopefully we get some wieners. Alright. Look at that. Just the weenies I wanted to see. Goodbye. Not quite as good. Okay, it's, yeah, definitely time to get out of. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing about that. I mean, the peninsula, the Zombos are the best. I mean, that two little pixel, you know, sprite size area is, oh, for the love of God. Now these jerks have to slow my roll here. But yeah, I mean, the Zombies are definitely the best outcome in that little area, for sure. Oh, goodness gracious. Because we're going to go shopping in Elfland once I deal with all of this mess. Wow. Okay. Oh yeah, and Turbo, here's the thing. This clinic in the Japanese version, the clinic here it's a church. Yeah, you know, Nintendo of America, censorship, all that fun stuff. Because instead of a heart, there's a big old, yeah. Instead of a heart, there's a big old, you know, church spire cross. Okay, so let's, you bastards. Ow. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm getting a high encounter right here. This trip to Elfland. I can smell all the money on me. Well, they don't have, when I say a hot, they don't have like a level per se. Like later Final Fantasy games, they do assign a level, but in this game, what happens is that, you know, higher status, higher enemies will have like more hit points. They'll be able to damage you more. They have tougher stats. As opposed to so it's kind of like the game, because in the overworld the game is kind of, you know, there's no like formal indication of such, but there's like a Yeah, you gotta... Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so... This town is special because it has 2 sets of magic shops. Okay, so here we have Pure, which is, yeah, cures poison. It's not the greatest because, yeah, you could buy a bunch of, but it has its uses. And then of the other ones here, Fear is supposed to, because there's an unofficial stat that an undocumented stat for, there's a stat for the enemies. It's not real, that I just found about, again, one of the things that is found about in the last few days. Apparently there's a stat for these enemies where they have a something called morale, which determines when an enemy will run away from you, which the thing of it is that, I mean, it's not very useful because, again, it's a very grindy game, so you want to fight enemies, and the most of the enemies that this would work on aren't going to be affected on it. And this ice defends against ice attacks, which makes it worthwhile. But that 4th spell is mute, which is, will defend against mute attacks. But the problem is, not very enemies cast mute until the later stages of the game, and there are things that will help counteract that. And in here, Slept 2 is the same story as the first Sleep, where, yeah, it can work, but the next turn, they'll wake up with the next turn, so it's just not going to work it. Fast is one of the best damn spells in the entire game, because what Fast does is it makes your fighters, whoever you cast it on, move, increases their agility and, and, increases the damage and all that fun stuff. It doesn't stack, but that's like, I mean, in boss fights in particular, Fast really helps. And then, so we'll get that, even though, not in a position to use it at the moment. And then of the other 2 spells, the third one is Confuse, which, what that does is, with certain enemies, it will, it'll confuse, muddle their brains, and they'll attack their... there is no Sleep 3. Nope, no Sleep 3. But anyway, Confuse, all that does is that confuses the enemy and the enemies, and maybe they'll attack each other, attack their own. But the thing of it is that when they attack their own, they do next to no damage. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a defense spell, but it's not worth it. It's not worth $4,000, especially since you get the number of enemies that it's useful for is just not that great. And then the next and the last spell, the last thing we need to get is Ice 2 there, And, well, ice, too, is obvious. You shoot hot ice all over the place. And then after that, we need to get a few grand for a full load of pure and heal potions. Because, yeah, the first real dungeon is up next. And, I'll tell you, that first real dungeon, well, the enemies will paralyze you, and worse yet, they will poison the hell out of you. So it's really a kick in the nuts, and not in a good way. So, hopefully, one more trip to the peninsula here will give us enough money to take care of everything. Because 2 Zombo fights would pretty much take care of everything. And then I'd be able to actually do some sort of progress here. So you're telling me that some poor sap oh yeah, without a guide? In this game, unfortunately, with all the bugged spells, unfortunately a lot of people paid good money for spells that just don't work. Now in the remakes, they fixed a lot of the spell bugs, and like for instance, Temper. There's Temper, which was level 2 spell, and then there's what's the other one? There's one other one, Temper and Saber. Oh, Saber, Temper and Saber. I mean, which stack, and if they did work, they would stack. They can make you just an ass kicker in battle, but again, they don't work, so yeah. I mean, because Nintendo Power at least gave recommendations, but they didn't give a logic behind why they recommended what they recommended. So it's kind of like, oh, this doesn't work. But I mean, yeah, thank God for the internet. Yeah, the internet has definitely the internet definitely helps with a lot of these old games. I mean, it doesn't hurt that Nintendo wouldn't have necessarily shared that, oh hey, this thing here is bugged and what have you. But I don't even necessarily know that I'm not even sure that they knew that it didn't work. The spells didn't work. Unless it was known in Japan that the spells didn't work. But, I mean, again, I doubt they play. Well, that's the thing. I mean, they probably did they certainly did a full playthrough, because that's what they got the strategy guide. But the thing of it is that, I mean, they didn't know. Actually no. They certainly didn't. Are just certain things that they didn't. Yeah. I mean, to a great extent, it was. I mean, actual, when it comes to, like, game strategy stuff, it was pretty much all internally Nintendo of America. And they did, and that's what all of the information that they got, with I mean they I mean, because they had the game counselor. They were kind of invested since Nintendo had the game counselors, they kind of were invested in making sure that some knowledge at the company of what did what game strategies and what have you, and how to beat games. And plus, with Nintendo once it, again, Nintendo Power kind of made it. But, gave them a financial incentive to actually learn, figure out game strategies and what have you. Now, probably should cure up Roy here, just in case. And Zombles. Only 3 though, but still. Well, hot damn. So, we got enough for the last spell. Now it's a matter of getting the few grand that I need to afford the pure potions and heal potions. And, well, if these assholes don't kill me... Well... Yeah, because see, after having the fast put on him, they, do close to double the damage. That's the benefit of fast. And I have all the money I need. Hooray me. Increase or most, yeah. It's mostly fast is the big advantage of fast is how much you hit. It does, there is a, it will increase, no, words, mouth. It will make you, move you up and, increase agility and everything, but the major advantage to it is increases your, how many times you hit, and therefore how much you do, how much damage you do. At least in this first game. Now, in later game, especially the Super Nintendo games with the active battle system, yeah, things are there. So, this is where things get real fun. So, you can only buy items one at a time. So, that presents a problem when you want to buy bulk. You have to pretty much press the button a lot, or you have to invest in some turbo. And so, I have turned the turbo on. I am going to step away here, and I'm going to make me a little snack for later here. So, yeah, I'm going to turn off the mic and the camera while I do that, and while you see the most tedious part of the entire Final Fantasy I experience. I'm buying 99. I'm gonna have a full load of 99 of the heal and the pure potions, and looks like I have misestimated how much money this was gonna set me back, how much this was gonna involve, and I have hit. Well, I mean, the thing of it is, Turbo, is that this, this process, this marsh cave, you want all of the, pure potions and heal potions you can get. It's not screwing around here. But, but yeah, I have just, yeah. Hooray me. I misunderestimated how much money I need, so yeah, we got to go back to the peninsula, have some more fun. Because derp on my part. Excuse me. Ah. Alright. Get about 8. Yeah. About 8,000 or so total. Yeah, well, with these guys, only that damn Zombo is gonna get affected by harm too. Because the trolls are not undead, so... So, about halfway home here. Well, that harm too is fucking just got wasted. Okay. Well, thanks for popping in, Turbo. I will see you next time. And okay. Well, back to the frickin' because let's see. Oh, actually, no, that worked out. Okay, let's... Come on. Oops. turned off the turbo because we don't need that anymore. Get a tent to save outside the marsh cave. Of course. Oh, only one. Nope. Hi, Nikki. How are you doing today? Alright. Last spell here. Got that. And now, in time before I make my happy little way to the marsh cave. Yay! Everybody's favorite part of the game. Except for, you know, not really. Get here. Wow, this trip's being very nice to me for some reason. Oh, well, into the breach. Because Asta's an asshole and doesn't want to help without his precious little crown. Of course. Okay, well, let's go. A large dagger, which I already bought. So, good job, me. And money. Will you? Oh great, the scum. I hate these guys. Because weapons are practically useless. Except for when they are useful. Oh, frick. Did I? No, I did not. I just got unlucky this time. Money. And a short sword, which is going to turn into money because it's wiener. Oh, oops. Okay, can you, like, please die, sir? Thank you. Oh yeah, these guys don't have that stupid thing that Scum do. Where their physical defenses are through the roof. I need to stop doing that. No, these guys again. Nope. Okay. It would be nice if one of you broke through real quick here. Thank you. I hate the Scum. I hate them. Okay, so. Let's see. Is there an armor worth it? Actually, yeah. God. Okay. Yeah, the fights in this frickin' place are not what I would call very fun. I hate these guys. Of course. Oh, thank goodness. All right. Fun we've all been waiting for. The first run-in with these wizards. So... And how many... Oh, I only got 2. Isn't that nice? Well, that was a easy time. And there's Astos' crown, the frickin' Claude. Will you get out of my way, you stupid bat? Oh, yay, a house. Oh yeah, the empty one. Copper bracelet, which... overpriced, but yeah, why not? Somebody could use that. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh yay. Look at this. 3 chumps and a frickin' pair of real jerks. And of course. Well, sir, you are boned. Okay, goodbye, guys. You're all gonna die. Oh, of course, one of them frickin' survives. Oh, way to troll me, you frickin' crawl. Half the time, if I had frickin' just one character on him, it would have... I would not have killed him, of course. Yep. Oh, I swear. At this rate, I'm gonna frickin' hit frickin' level 12 before I even get to frickin' Astos. Okay, time to... Yeah, a couple of things to sell here. The inevitable. All right. Jesus. Now, of course. It's like, no, never fails. Okay, so since Astos is a butt, I'm going to use our cabin and save. And hopefully the damn fool will not get a successful use of rub on us. But, well, if you've ever fought this fight, you know that's easier said than done. Fuck. I hate this guy. Every dime. Worst fight. God damn it. Yeah, freaking. Because of course he can't hit Odie. That would make sense. Because Odie's the one that freaking I have a chance of that bullshit not working. Come on, RNGesus, hook me up here. No, you're just gonna fuck with me even worse. I swear it is possible to, you know, not lose a party member. If he would fucking hit can you go after Odie for God's sakes, you jerk ass? The one where your spell might actually fail? See? Odie's got 300. That's how you survive, you know. Because rub spells don't work when you hit 300. And the thing of it is that... Because he always does that first, no matter what. But in order to avoid it, you have to be over 300. And... And since I know that it can be avoided, I just, you know, I'm just a total jerk about it. Because now we gotta give Matoya her stupid crystal. And do all that mess. I might... The almighty herb. No more business. Yeah. She's angry. She's angry without her herb, man. I mean, seriously. Lady just don't want anything to do with us with that since we took her herb, man. Absolutely do not want to deal with any of us. Of course. Of course. I mean, seriously. Nintendo, I mean, the innocent days of the late 80s, early 90s when, you know, saying an herb wouldn't necessarily make everybody think that you were talking about weed. And it's like, seriously, it fits. And back when herb meant herb, yep. Okay. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Let's get the pothead his herb. He can't function without his herb. I feel fine now. I got my weed. Everything's... Will you... Sir? Oh. I buggered this entire operation up. So now that we have the key... Okay, so one thing we're gonna sell. Another a nice new weapon for Orson. Although, no idea. I don't know. There's no indication if this silver hammer is Maxwell's. I do not know. I would presume that there's a pretty good chance that it is. Okay. Well. So, what I'm going to do for the day is, well, for the time being at any rate, I'm going to call it a day. Because I'm going to be watching hockey at 4 here, so this is a good stopping point. I'm probably going to pop back on sometime later on tonight after hockey is over with. So hold on a second here. So I'm gonna get the raid going on here in just a second, if you will bear with me. Okay, because we are going to be raiding Rupius. He's a great streamer. Yeah, plays a lot of retro stuff. Today, it looks like he's playing Mega Man Legends for the PlayStation. So, hey, that's a great game. Again, really nice guy. So, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and raid him. And I will see you probably later on tonight. If not, then tomorrow. Thanks for showing up, everybody.